And how are we doing today? Got a little visitor that decided to come join us at the beginning of the stream. You guys missed it. She was making air biscuits just a few seconds ago. But this is why my partner has given the cat the name the baby, because she'll just sit here like this. Let's see if she will sit on the desk for us for a bit. Being a little bit of an attention seeker today. But hi, down under maker in here, Mad Dog, Pat, Mike, Gergman. Gergman, the reason the poll is in the chat is because I just saw it today and I wanted to know if it was safe to talk about. LTX, welcome on in. Give me 1 second. Hey, James. All right. So River has decided to leave us for now. She's decided she likes James better for right now. She does that. She switches back and forth. Welcome on in, Tom. How you doing? So, without going into spoilers, the story of the movie overall was good, but I feel it could have been turned into a season of The Mandalorian by the That is just my personal opinion. Hey, Matt Al, how you doing? So our Mountain Dew today is the Baja Orange. River does not seem to like it because she's already knocked it down twice. But go ahead and get some drinks here. But it's still good, so. Right. We're going to give people some time to come in because, started the project, had a whole plan and everything. Got work done yesterday, got work done today, just like little busy work of like taking cables out of cable chains and stuff like that to discover something that I'm going to go over. We did print James something. James sat here and when he discovered like that there was different filaments than just regular plastic, he's been wanting to print something out of a non-standard filament for a bit now, and so he picked out a wood-filled filament. This is in the Amelin Rosewood PLA. It's just a little headphone stand, but I can say with the layer lines where it was going around a curve, it actually looks just like wood grain, and it's pretty lightweight and actually has kind of a wood smell to it. So it is nice. Mad Dog, the vacation has just started. So I've got this whole week. But he found that model, had me print it. We used the alpha nozzle because I can tell you the Amelin Rosewood PLA. Well, a lot of people say that, wood-filled PLA isn't that abrasive. The PLA itself feels a bit like sandpaper, so I didn't want to take chances with a brass nozzle, so we got a diamond tip nozzle because the alpha nozzles actually so far have been doing pretty well, and they're a lot cheaper than a Diamondback. So, yeah, overall it came out nice. Originally I tried printing it in this orientation to find out that whoever modeled this put a slight curve on the bottom, and so it sat here and didn't quite stick that way. So the way they originally put it, modeled in this orientation, so a bunch of supports and everything, but I can tell you, Prusa has done a very good job of their support tuning, because there's no marks or mars or anything from the supports on this. Let me hand that back to James. The other thing I wanted to show off is actually made by was modeled by one of our community members. I've been talking about getting another Frax arm, like the one we have here, but using that to put a camera on. And the big thing I couldn't find was a camera mount. Well, oh no, it's Mike actually modeled up a little adapter that fits right where the soldering iron holder goes, with a nice threaded insert, G-quarter threaded insert. And so once we get that Frax arm built and get another camera in here, we'll be able to mount a camera right to it and just pull it around so you guys can see a bit closer up on what's going on. So what I'm printing in the background is a little mount holder for a board because of something I discovered as I was going through things, and I'll go ahead and go through that with you now. So, my original plan for the tool head was, hey, the Leviathan board in here has a CAN port on it. Okay, well, I've already got a tool head board, so, we can check the pin out on that, see how it goes, and if it's the correct pin out, I'll plug that into this tool head board. And because that one had an end on it, I could then feed it through the adapter I had and run that back down through. And then I could have a single, I have a single cord, and all of this would be running on CAN. Well, when I sat here and finally got to the other end of said cable, I found out, hey, they use the same connector on our cable end. Cool. But then I got to the end that they sit here and attach to their USB board. And they use a 6-pin Molex connector. They're only using 5 of the pins. And for some, I don't know why they do it this way. Haven't done too much research into it, but they put 2 ground wires on this connector. Somewhere along the length of the wire, they merge them together, and it comes out here as a single wire. Well, because they sit here and use those 2 pin, that extra ground pin, they needed an extra pin on this cable, which makes it so that, hey, this won't fit into that 4-pin on the board. And I do not have the, I think it's a Microfit M3 Molex end available, and I don't have a depinning tool as well for this, so that makes it a bit hard. Because the JSTs, yes, you can get like a little screwdriver and pop that tab. Well, with the Molex, the tabs are on the sides of them, and they can get pretty far down in there. So there are ways to do it without a depinning tool, but a depinning tool makes it so much easier. So then I'm like, okay, you know what? Fine. Eventually maybe I can sit here and redo this. So let's go ahead and, check to see if this cable will do, because, I've already got the USB board on there. I can plug this in, get it working on USB for now. Will be cool. Well, the 24 volt in the ground on the tool head board side connector, those are correct. But the high and low, or the data plus, data minus, or CAN high, CAN low, are flipped on the Nighthawk cable compared to the EBV36. So I was like, okay, well, that won't work. So, okay, EBB sent their own cable. So I'm like, okay, I know that this end is going to be pinned up correctly for the EBB 36 because Big Tree Tech said this with the board. If this isn't pinned correctly for their board, there's a bigger problem. So then I took a look at the other side. And I was like, cool. We've got a 4-pin connector. That'll be good. That'll be great. You know, that'll fit. It's the correct Molex connector. It's got the right amount of pins. That'll fit right into the board. And then, I can eliminate, one of the little USB boards from the entire setup. Great, I thought. But then I got to thinking about some of the things you guys have told me. And wanted to make sure that, is this pinned properly? So, because I needed one, I went out.
The print has been completed.
Print has been completed, so we have a board. We have a board thing. So I went out and picked up a multimeter. Now I can say this thing was $35. It's been great so far. Instead of having to know whether you're on, well, you should know, but if you don't, whether you're on voltage for AC or DC, you can literally just hit voltage. It'll auto sense it. It'll auto adjust the range. So, hey, if you're in a lower voltage DC, it can pick that up. If you're in a higher voltage DC, it'll do that. Same thing with AC. So, no having to figure out which one's which. But the thing I was concerned about today was the continuity tester. So I sat here, took out the little probes. And one of the things I like, because I have run into continuity testers that don't do this. They just give you a, hey, I'm overloaded, or hey, I've got continuity, but they don't give you an audible sound. Was, okay, which one of these is my power and which one of these is my ground? So, plugged it into this, and I found out that our top pins are our 24 volt and ground. Okay, so now I know which pins are which on this. The problem is the Leviathan, and I don't know if James can switch over to my computer screen, uses the bottom 2 pins as 24 volt and ground, and the top 2 is high and low. So this thing is upside down from the way it needs to be. So I'm like, okay, well, it's over molded. Maybe I can take the molding off. Nope, it's glued in there hard. So I've got to order another one of these cables, but one that I can repin, or I've got to repin the LDO one. So yeah, this has been a fun adventure today. I think I saw someone new type in here. NC7807, how you doing? I know you've been here before, but welcome on in. I hadn't seen you chat yet. LTX, let's see here, 2 wires in the same pin. So LTX, it's on the toolhead board side, yes, they're on the same pin. On the Molex side, they are separate pins. Let's see here. Down under, don't repin anything. Okay. And don't so you're down under, you're saying don't bypass this board. Okay. All right. All right. Well, then I will take down under the maker's advice and I will not bypass. So we're going to use this cable. And then what just finished printing on the Prusa is a adapter board. So that way I can get it mounted to the DIN rails. Gonna burn myself. This is a little adapter board, so that way I can get this mounted on a board and then mounted to a DIN rail. It is spaced for the standard Voron DIN rails. So let me. And the cool thing that I am most excited about, honestly, right now, it's going to sound dumb as heck. We're going to get to use our new Frax arm live on stream here. So, first time we're really using it. Because the way this thing was designed is it's designed to use M3 heat sets. So, let me check and see, because it showed on the printables that this should just be coming from this side. I don't know how well it was modeled and how well my tolerances are. But we're going to find out. So let me get my soldering iron plugged in. All right, well, let's see. About using our heat set. Can we get the top down, James? Thank you. Let's let it heat up here. One thing I do like about these USB ones is they do heat up fairly fast. Right, so we have heated up. Press down here. This thing so far is going pretty nice. And that dry bar. Little metal ruler so we can sink away some of that heat, but also make sure that it's nice and flat. Okay. It's one. This was not modeled the best for heat sets. But it's what I found and it's what I've got, so we're going to keep going with it. Right. It's two. Yeah, this was definitely not modeled the best for heat set inserts, even though it says it was. The chamfer on it is not quite big enough to capture the heat set, and I think the walls might be a bit thin. The walls are actually, in fact, definitely too thin. So. Yep, that mount is kind of useless. Let's grab ourselves one of our screws and just try to screw through these and see if we can get that plastic that melted in. Hold that socket. Right, well, that kind of came right out, so that one's will at least be able to get mounted.
That's my secret cap. I'm always quiet.
Yeah, James is usually quiet, and then he sits here and explodes all of a sudden. Usually because I sit here and stop talking. Okay, so we're screwing this one in. Let's see if this will come through. The plastic is working out there. Okay. At least have that through. Now, I know one of these is not going to do because it just squirted off to the side as I was going and doing it. Because, like I said, these things aren't really chamfered to capture the heat set. And it almost appears as if the walls are a bit thin for it. But I can always sit here and find another model, or maybe this will be a great case for me to sit here and try to learn CAD. Maybe come up with my own. But we have at least 3 points. That should do. What we're going to do next is grab our DIN rail, there we go. Gonna grab our DIN rail and get the screws threaded through this. That way we can at least get it mounted on the bottom of the board. Okay. And just like I've said on previous things, this is threading directly into plastic. So, minimal ugga-duggas. You can always sit here and tighten it a little bit more, but if you go too much, then you've gotten to the point where now you're needing to reprint parts, or you're cracking parts and stuff like that. And you have to reprint them that way too. So, kind of go until it's snug. Or where you feel like you're starting to get major resistance for it going into the part. Right there, I'm putting a light amount of grip on it while turning it, and if the light grip while turning it, my hand starts to slip, that's where I know, hey, we're good. That doesn't need to go anymore. So, we're going to go into 3 of these. So we'll get screwing in the top corner, and because we have those heat sets, it's just going to go right in. Or it should. Okay. And again, this one, you do have a PCB in between your heat set and the screws, so don't want to go too tight. This really isn't holding it. Like, doesn't need much force to hold it. It just needs to be there so it doesn't wiggle around and move. Now, let me... Oh. My voltmeter was letting me know, hey, I'm on. Are you still using me? So I can say so far from my usage on it, it has been worth it, especially for only $35. It's actually a pretty good deal. This I got from Harbor Freight here in the States. I do not know if you guys can get this overseas, but the brand is Doyle. It's a DM500. For the price, it's actually not bad. All right, I'm gonna undo this screw because of the way this mount is, things aren't quite lining up. I do need to find myself a better mount. Remount this in the future, but I do want to continue on this build at least get this thing plugged in and programmed so we can test out to see if like the hot end fan and the hot end and all that are still working, or if we're going to release magic smoke.
I'm hoping for some magic smoke one of these days. You keep promising it, and it never happens.
No, I said we'll see. I have never promised to release the magic smoke. I don't want to release the magic smoke. I don't have the micro soldering kit like Down Under does.
Not yet, anyway.
We've got 2 mounted points in, and that's actually holding pretty well. The other heat set parts are not lining up, so we're going to stick with the 2. But those 2 make a pretty good fit there. So we've got the board. Let me clear off some space. One of the other things I do like about this is it comes with a magnetic holder. So when I'm done, I can stick it to the toolbox. I can stick it over here on the side of the desk. It is actually quite convenient just to be able to go, hey, there we go. It's stuck on the side of the desk. When I need it, I can just pull it off. I'll be right back, guys.
I think it's a fun time when anyone has some magic smoke.
He says the magic smoke is a fun time anytime, but I guarantee if the magic smoke released from one of his servers, he would be crying.
Eh, that's fine. It's usually just a power supply if it's a computer. I'll just buy another one.
All right, so let me make some room on this desk. And back after being away for so long. Is the 2.4. I took the panels off just so I could get to cable chains and everything.
Guys, is it gonna get finished for once? Probably not, but let's hope.
And then, okay, I'm going to do something that's probably going to piss James off. Might need to move the camera back. That'll work. You guys can't see me, but I think some of you might think that is an improvement. All right, so we're just going to take...
I mean, I know I do.
Our old carriage off. All right, can you guys still hear me? Okay, so we've got our carriage off, so that was fairly easy. Now we have our EBB 36 tool head, and then we have a Vitali A4T mount. With this one, we've got to get it on there, so let me grab. Okay, so part of Vitali's kit that he sends out with this, he has actually thought about how some people don't want to use the 6mm belts and they want to use 9mm. So he sends out belt retainers for both size belts. So that's yeah. All right. Can you guys hear me now better? All right, so James was telling me you guys couldn't really hear, but something Vitali does when he sends them out, he sends out both 6mm and 9mm for those that have sat here and upgraded to 9mm belts for their X-rail. I happen to have 6 mils, so we're going to use that one. Now, this just goes in like so, and if I'm correct, the belts feed in from the back and then back in through the front like so. Give me a second here while I get these loaded in. Try and get it so that way that they're both kind of equal distance hanging out. That way when I feed them back through, they should be equal lengths. That would work if they would stay the way that I put them. Okay. What I've got to do is I've got to figure out which screws to use on what. I'm guessing. Okay, I've got to figure out which screws to use on this, and I'm guessing based on just the screws that are available, that it's going to be these short ones that are going to go into these little adapters. Feeding this. I'm feeding this up through. Help if I fed them up through the correct way. Okay. Size socket is that? Looks like it might be a 2. It in fact is, and I have to go grab a 2 mil. So what body facts? What we're doing is I am mounting the Vitali's Zoll A4T lightweight carriage to our rails on the monitor, to our linear rail. So that way we could mount our tool head board to this new carriage. This goes on like so. I do not know if I have that in correctly because as I feel that feels like that's not going to flush. Let me go take a look at Vitali's site and see what he says.
You've broken everything now.
Yep.
Wow. This is entertaining to watch. I wish you guys could see this.
Yeah.
Close enough for government work.
Okay, so let me look and see if Vitali shows how these things are supposed to go on here. Okay. Light parts. Zoll X4T. It is the way that I'm doing it. Okay. So I was doing it right. Didn't feel right. Okay, let's grab our other short screw. And see what kind of slack I have, so how much I can pull through. I think right now that might be some of my problem. Yeah, because I definitely have room for more slack. Take up on these. Finally see. How you doing, Killa? Welcome on in. Yeah, it's actually a pretty nice mounting system. Or belting system that Vitaly has put on this thing. It's just a bit different, so it's taking some getting used to. Up, down.
Maybe we're back.
All right. Can I get a 1, 2, 3 in chat if you guys can hear us?
I don't know why we started dropping frames there all of a sudden. It's like the internet just cut. What'd you do to the internet, huh? You break it on purpose?
Yep, all done on purpose. Okay, so yep, we are still good and live. That's good to know.
Uh-oh. What'd you drop?
That was the Prusa handle, because for some reason they sit here and they have it held on with tape, even though there's screw holes behind it, and that's it. Okay, so I think no. Just trying to see. This is not the easiest. Belt mounting method I have seen. Need to take up even more slack there. While I can use my tensioning arms to pull up some of this, I'd rather take it up here if I can. Okay.
Maybe this time he won't stand in front of it.
Everyone say thank you, James, for correcting penguins. You're welcome.
How you doing, Icon?
Okay. We're getting there. You can see that's still quite a bit of.
All right, Audi Packs, have a good evening and good luck on those finals you got tomorrow.
Almost fully loose. But yeah, let's go ahead and get them all the way loose because I'm gonna have to retension anyway. That is fully loose. I think here. Nope, that is too much. Okay. And twist that. A little bit too much. And we're gonna have to go like that and then use the idlers to tension it up. Those tightened in. All right. And based on the fact that they're countersunk, yes, these countersunk screws are what we're going to use to get the carriage. It was mounted onto the carriage. Not going to go too tight yet on these screws because I want to give myself a little bit of wiggle room if I need to move up or down or something to get holes lined up. Right. Going across pattern here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then just give it a nice little try, because as you tighten up others may become loose. All right, that looks like we're on. So the next thing I need to do is take this little piece, because normally, whereas on this carriage we had these little screws here to actually rest and mount the tool head board on. With this one, that piece goes and mounts on top to give you a place to put those screws. These are again more countersunk screws. And then there is a flat side and a curved side. From what I can tell, the flat side goes up. But of course you cannot put this in beforehand, because the carriage screws get in the way otherwise. But it looks like, as well, we don't use the black countersunk. There are some shorter silver ones that it looks like we are going to have to use, because the black ones are too long and hit the carriage, the linear rail carriage behind it. Yep, so you need to use the silver ones for these. That's if you have black hardware. Now, if you bought the silver one, I believe the silver one comes with silver hardware, so it's all going to be silver. Okay. That, let's see, looks like everything there. I'm going to undo the screws that I already had. In the old carriage. You know, I really can't wait to get another camera. That way I can have the side camera and I can show you guys side. Okay. No, we haven't tried this. Raising it up. It did not hit. James, how's the overhead? Sorry, I've been moving mics around on the fly. I can now see chat again. It's there a little bit. All right. So let me pull up the A4T GitHub. I don't know yet.
You can't just make up decisions like this on the fly, you know. You could at least told me beforehand.
Let me see here. If I do this, you guys can see from up top. And if James were to move the camera back to the front, that would probably be a good view. That's centered right on me. Close. Yeah, because it's like lined right up with that. Trying to get you guys a good view as I work on it from the other camera. We might have to go top down on this. Yep, we're going to have to go top down on this. Let's go through here, and we're going to go to the installation steps. Okay, use the cable ties. Okay, finally we can put this thing on the printer. Okay. Says ensure the screws have at least 3 millimeters of exposed thread. Okay. Well, these were the screws that we had before. So let's see if these are actually too long, because that's actually, believe it or not, all the way threaded in. Let me get a ruler here and find out. We need from the back of the head to the piece, and we've got 4 millimeters. So we're going to see if that works. If not, we will put a shorter screw in. But this is actually bottoming out, and this is a M3 by 12. So if this doesn't work, then we might go to an M3 by 10. Okay. So that's on there. Now, the other thing I did off stream was the DuPont connectors that were on here before would not fit in the USB CAN port side by side. So I cut off those ends and put a JST connector on it. So that way I can sit here and get this all mounted up. Now I'm just trying to think what the best way to do this is going to be, whether it's to go around the back of the X rail or through the carriage. But first, let's get this connector in there. Okay, so the question now is, okay, I think back behind the X is probably going to be the best, because looking through here, it's not really... Can I could go through the middle there. But no, I could not get it up through the top, so... we are going to have to go around the back here.
That's what she said.
And I might recrimp those later and shorten up that cable, because that is quite long.
That is also what she said.
Okay, so with this, we're going to use the countersunk screws Vitali sent, because on the top of this one is going to be some very hard screws to see, because they are This. I'm debating on whether to take off the extruder to get this on. Nope, we got the one side in. Gonna use the other countersunk to get the other side. All right, we've got those in. And now from the front, M3 by 50s. We've got our M3 by 50s. Bring it on through. Okay. Havoc, I am not sure if the Nighthawk board will work, because I know compared to the EBB 36, the Nighthawk cable, the high and low, or the plus and minus datas, were swapped. We have a new tool head mounted on the board. Now,
But will there be any magic smoke?
John Doe, not quite. Down Under, I honestly think it was swapped just to be annoying. I would actually love, I don't know if you have any non-EBB toolhead or non-Big Tree Tech toolhead boards or Nighthawk ones. Like, if anybody's got a mellow, I'd love to know which one is the high and which one's the low. But, all right. Yeah, John, we've got quite a bit ways more to go before we do Benchy, but let me get that stuff out of the way. Because what I still have to do is I've got to get our toolhead board replaced down in the bottom. And I do have another project that we can do in the basement. You guys have kind of seen me do it before, but if you guys want to see it, we can do it. I happen to have another LDO power supply. John Doe, you have to add salt to it and make it ketchup. Otherwise, it's terrible. Tomatoes are terrible.
Tomatoes are amazing. I could eat it like an apple.
Well, down under, I'm probably going to have to get with you after this because I do want to go can on this. But from the way it sounds like I can go can through this board, but I don't know if I'm going to need a cable to go from this to something else or what. But I will get with you afterwards. I think for today, if we get to the point where we can test things out, I might stick with USB because I think that's the way it's already set up. But the plan is to go can on this printer. So down under, you know, even if you see USB today, rest assured that is not the final form. All right, so I don't know really of a good way to show this part. I'm just going to be swapping in the board and swapping out the Nighthawk board. Mad Dog, I like that way of thinking. You are correct. He did not specify. Red Fox Bluetooth. If you can invent a Bluetooth toolhead board that does power, you will be making some bank. Because true wireless power at that distance, yeah, that'll be some bank you'll be making. That would be a nice thing, just a completely wireless tool head, you know, get sensorless or Hall effect and get those wireless as well. Just no wires. The only thing that's going up there is the Bowden tube with the filament.
Mad Dog, I have a question for you. Do you want to fight? Because I can. I'll fight you.
If you guys really want, I can turn the printer around and I can try to not get in the way of the camera again.
Or, hear me out, break the printer and put it upside down. You have to lower your desk, but you can do it.
I don't want to break the printer. Okay, so our voltage in is the bottom one, and our ground is the top. Just like that. Let's do James's idea. We're gonna go upside down with this thing. We have gone inverted. Okay. In this case, we're going to be going with the red wire to the lower and the black and red to the top, because even though it's saying live and ground, it's technically positive and negative because it's DC. All right. Are these things already opened? It almost looks like they are.
You're welcome. That was all me.
Yep. See, you guys got to thank James. James is the maker of the stream being smooth. If it wasn't for James...
Except when someone decides to make it the opposite of that.
Well, yeah, when James decides to add chaos, then it's not quite the maker of the smooth. Okay, let's give ourselves a tug test. We are good there. Mr. Din rail mount. There you go. Thank you very much.
You're welcome very much.
Okay. We have our power and our USB on here. We're going to take the 4-pin. And get that plugged in. And then I am not too worried about cable management right now. Honestly, what I want to see is, do I have things hooked up correctly? Cable management can come later once I have confirmed that things are working.
Do you guys want to see Penguin try to do a studio upgrade in real time?
I'm afraid to ask what James has in mind. I am really afraid. You know what? Chat, I want to test something out real quick with you guys. Before we do that, James, can you flip the switch? All right. Okay. So this is state 1. How does this look to you guys? You know? That compared to state 2. That. You guys prefer state 2 the way it is now, or state 1 the other way?
Mad Dog, that's not far off.
Yeah. 1, 2. 1, 2. Clownhammer, you're definitely right. I definitely sounded like an optometrist there. Oh, James has River. Go back to the other way. Yeah. All right, this is state 1. Okay, they're saying this is better. Now, James, can you do me a favor? Go full screen. Full screen face. So you guys can see fine and everything. This looks okay. I can't reach. Yep. All right, so you guys think this looks better?
You know, the back wall looks a bit dark. Kind of my only issue with it.
By the way, I didn't say it. Welcome in Red Fox Squirrel and Clown Hammer. I got to get better at reading chat.
You're not kidding.
Even James gives me a hard time for it. You'd be surprised how often he's in my ear. Okay, so let me flip this over. Okay. Toolhead board is in. Now, the next thing I definitely need to do is get these belts tensioned. So before we turn this thing on, we're going to tension these belts. Make sure nothing. Yep. Already. I see. A problem. Ew. Hey. Visitor. Yep, and this is why her nickname is the baby.
Just a
Because
tiny
you can
little
just hold her like a
baby.
little baby. Are you guys able to hear that? Okay. Let's see. Is River going to stay there? Hey, she's staying on the desk a bit. Okay, now that they're actually on where they're supposed to be, that is a bit better. Let me grab the tension tool. Where I put it. Problem with moving studio. You move everything and put them all in a spot yet. And you don't know where they are. Ah. Tension tool acquired. So all right. Go to the PF Makes manual. See what our X1 our AB. The minimum should be 1.9, maximum 2.3. Okay, well, down under, you wanted us to get back to printer building? Let's get back to printer building. We are going to sit here and do some belt tensioning. Okay, got a bit of tension there. Tension. We're going to turn this the same amount of times. Okay, we have some tension. But let's see what that tension actually is. Let's move our belts back and forth a bit. Believe it or not, that's almost at our minimum tension.
No, I in fact do not believe it.
Go to our quarter turn there. Yep, that's 1.6. On this side, that side's a lot tighter. Loosen that. Half turn. Nope, still got more to go, so let's loosen another half turn there. Okay. 0.7. .8. Not forward all the way. There we go. We're not quite tight enough now. Half a turn tighter. Okay, let me see here. Chat. Mad Dog, when I'm going to do the initial test print, I'm actually going to be holding it up out of the way. Or not test print, but initial movement and everything. I'm just going to manually hold it up out of the way. Mad Owl, I can say I got the alpha nozzle on that for abrasive filaments, and it's also a high flow nozzle. It's been doing great. And another half turn. We'll need to go up a bit. Another half turn. Right, that's about 1.6. Let's make sure that this is still. That one actually needs to tighten a bit. Tighten this quarter turn. Oh, that needs to go Titan again. So another quarter turn. Here. Those are about even tension now. Okay. So I think River wants to be a camera, wants to be a movie star again. Oh. Apparently, River wants to be a cameraman or woman or camera cat. Okay, we're not getting any tool head movement when I go back and forth, so we're good there. Here. I think I have a network cable because I do prefer running things hardwired with a network cable if I can. So let me just flip this up here real quick. Find my pi. Okay. We're going to do this from the other side because it's actually over there. Okay. Network cable plugged in. And now I have to get one of my T13 power cords. Good. Okay. So I know some of you want to see this print. Others of you here are here to see if we get magic smoke. This is the point where we're going to find out if I get magic smoke.
Magic smoke. Magic smoke.
I've double checked everything as I was going through. Here we go.
Damn it.
Power. We're seeing power on the filament sensor. Miko makes. It is no longer. I have the clicky on there, but we have a Cardo
I mean, might as well unscrew that while you're
on
right
the
there.
board. We have not set anything up yet.
Might as well unscrew the probe while you're right there. It's 2 screws.
I'm afraid to look at chat because
No,
James.
I am going to Amazon immediately to buy us a fog machine
A fog machine?
so I can troll the chat about magic smoke.
The last remnant of clicky on this is gone. What I have to do now is here it should be. Nope. Okay, give me a second here. Let me get my hitting unify why you love me. Logged in. Devices. Here, my printer. Could be wired. There it is. What is our IP address? That is. Not. Okay. Flipper reports error. All right, James, can we get the computer full screen? Yeah, we're gonna go full screen.
Full screen.
Let's see. Now I can pay attention to chat a bit more. My answer, just rip it off because I don't want to damage the extrusions. They're still pretty. Miko, yeah, I do need to tidy up this wiring a little bit. And I need to shorten the cartographer cable a lot of bit. I will be right back. I have to take this phone call. Okay, I do apologize about that, guys. That was family calling, and family knows that I stream during this time, so if they're calling, it's usually for something pretty big. So, turns out false alarm, but yeah. Okay. Now that I'm expecting. Nighthawk unable to connect because obviously we don't have a Nighthawk anymore. Now the toolhead board should currently be USB. Copy that. Put up terminal. I got to sit here and try to remember what I said as the password for the Pi.
I think our
Caleb, how
music
you
stopped.
doing? I'm doing well today.
Gotta choose some new music.
Okay. You know, when you don't use a normal password for something or something similar or memorable for your password for something, and then you haven't logged into it for a bit. That's the issue I'm having right now. I have the strangest feeling we are just because so much is going to be changing on this. Then I'm just going to put Moonraker OS or Mainsail OS on this all over again and start from scratch. Because I also can't seem to remember the password for my Linux login. But see, Caleb, the thing is now I know a link. You just made it easier to crack. We'll try it. Oh, for the username? Okay, we'll just wipe it. Let me pull power from this. I'm gonna pop that SD card out. And we're just gonna reinstall Mainsail on this thing. Okay. Let me rotate this. So I can actually get to the pie. Okay, down under, I'm stopping. Down under, no, it's not. It's not saved there. We have wiped out the computer that we used to image this originally. You have an SD card reader?
Loading, loading, loading.
So yeah, down under, unfortunately, we have wiped the computer out that we originally did all of the writing on, and we've gone through like 4 different setups since we started.
The issue is I just never like anything ever.
Down under, the current configs were pretty much just the copy pasted configs from LDO themselves, and I'm going to have to sit here and pretty much redo them anyway because those were all set up for the Nighthawk board, so I'm gonna have to redo the pins and everything. Caleb, more streamers are always welcome. I will say the passwords in a book is more common than you think going on, but at the end of the day, like, it's very common with old people, but at the end of the day, if putting them down, while it's not the most secure, all done. Okay. Anyways, back what I was saying. At the end of the day, like, especially with older people, if them writing it down makes it so that they can have a different password for every website, you know, I'm for it, because, you know, that's typically where they're most vulnerable. If there's someone in the house, they've got a bigger problem. And they're usually not that, not in a, most of those people aren't in a position where, hey, you know, if someone's in my house, it's going to do something. But if they get something online, they're screwed. Caleb, you can't see me. Yeah, you can see me a little bit. But no, I'm waiting for the SD card to come get through. Oh, VLANs are a must. I think I have 12 separate VLANs on my network. That's why I didn't do it the way John Cena does it. I did it more childish. Yeah, Caleb, if you do start streaming, you know, there are a lot of Discord channels that have you know, community streams, or, you know, self-promotion, or who's live. Caleb, I have things very segmented. Like, this entire studio is on its own subnetwork, its own VLAN. My Internet of Things is on its own VLAN. And even then, my Internet of Things is technically separated as well, because I have my servers and then I have my smart stuff. Yeah, I've gone a bit overboard on my networking, Caleb. I went a bit overboard, not because it was needed, but because it's also a home lab. So it's kind of, let's try something and see what happens. Caleb, I'm going to guess you have your home network, your guest network, and your Internet of Shit network. Which for most people is enough. Oh, hey, Gergman, I am in my stream chat. Do you mind if I show those on stream? Caleb, I'm Unify. And I've done Unify both as the standalone network controller and with a Unify router. I've done it both ways. I had PF Sense. I've done PF Sense. I've done Open Sense. I've done Open WRT. I've tried Untangled. I don't like it. PF Sense has been my favorite so far. James was an Open Sense person. And
But Unify is just easier.
and if this isn't making sense to some people, please put it in chat. I would love to do a whole stream on setting up like a PF Sense router or an Open Sense router, especially with what's going on with router manufacturers in America, or in the not America, but in the US. America is more than the US. I am not one of those ignorant Americans. Caleb, I will say it scratches a lot of itches. When you get deep into Cisco, you can do some crazy stuff. Oh, we have a rejected. Okay. We have a mainsail OS. Now I gotta get this SD card back in here. The pain in the butt. It's the other reason why I cannot wait to virtualize this and get rid of the Pi altogether. Okay, SD card is back in. And I'm going to do something I didn't do before. I'm going to power this on, but I'm going to keep an eye on the bottom side here real quick. Actually, nope, I can't do that because I need to plug in the network cable. And that goes out the front side. Hey, let's give it power. We have light. I think Bergman may be gone, so I don't have permission to show on stream. But if you guys are in my Discord and look at stream chat, there are some images up. Yep. Caleb, I can officially break your screens again. You can see me.
River wants you to know that she's starving.
Oh, the fat cat is back. You guys can see the better face. Face of the kitty. Face of the kitty that is trying to make biscuits in my arm. That has very, very sharp claws. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, I'm just looking to see. Router Weave, please update your connected device list. Tom, why the sad? See if it kept the same IP. It did keep the same IP, so that's good, but I've got to go and delete that SSH key.
I usually just end up deleting the whole folder and then just starting over. Makes life easier that way.
Second here. Removing the old key. Okay, got the old key removed. And we're in. Okay. So that's up. Now I should also have Clipper. Good. Docs.leo. Here's.com. Well, I'm going to need to change quite a bit of this. We should still be. It should still have a lot of the printer config I need. Configuration. Right. Machine. Create a file. Printer config already exists. That's unusual.
Yes, you are.
That is very unusual because those are my old config files. Refresh and it's gone.
Actually, look.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. Clear the cache for that refresh. There we go. That's more like what I'm expecting. Great file.
Good job, Firefox caching. Proud of you.
Now we can make a printer config. Okay. Yeah, no, Mad Dog, what was happening was Firefox cached the web data for the old install. And so it was showing files that weren't actually there, even though we are actually connected to the printer. Okay. I'm going to leave it up to the audience. Do it with a poll.
Push plastic. That's all they care about. I have noticed, actually, that Firefox has been getting worse. It's quite annoying.
All right. Oh, my question is too long. There we go. Now I've got it. Bad Dog, I'm afraid to ask what that is about. I must have missed something in the stream. Oh. And the cat has come back. Oh, and she has stayed on the desk. We have a win. Miko, I have not changed the main board, but I have changed toolhead board, the USB board, the entire print head. Don't know how many people we have live here. But, okay. It is now time to go down. I don't know how many people we still have watching. We've got half of you in with voting so far, and so far it's you guys want to watch me suffer through Clipper.
Well, Miko, it's also because someone decided to forget the password for their last Clipper. So
Yep, we're more than half, so okay. I guess we're doing Clipper. Hey. Cartographer is showing up. EBB 36 is showing up. And I am guessing that STM 32 is the Leviathan. We could do that. We should do that. I'm just trying to think of how I would separate it out because the MCU is literally just. Yeah. The MCU is that. Well, let me get this other. That is the EBB 36. Oh, helps if I do the proper copy command. Okay, so we have our all right, well, let's go and save this one. We'll close it out and we will create a file. We'll call this python.config. We're just going to take that portion, copy it, paste that in there. Copy that. Paste it in there. All right. I'm going to start there and save that. And yes, I'm going to be going back and forth because it's the way that makes sense to me. I don't do this multiple times. Let's open up printer config here. Then we're going to put in an enter here. Trying to remember the include. Done. Need she? No. I don't think it's bang. I think it is her own. I don't have one. Okay. Let's look up. Let's see if anything has the include tag on it. That is the thing that I'm forgetting on this right now. Include. Okay, yeah, it's in brackets, so that right there should take care of the Leviathan, so we can get rid of this. Then, like you said, we can make a create file. Now I'm thinking, because I can do, technically I have two boards on here. I have the EBB36 and I have the Carto. I can put the Carto in the toolhead config, or I can leave it in its own separate config.
It's important.
Let me also do this. I'm going to shift this printer to the side. Let's see how far over I can go. Is that a bit better to see? Let's do... We're going to go EBB36 Gen G2 dot config. Okay. Have that. Save that and then do an include EBB36G2.CFG. Create a file and name it cartographer.cfg. this. Pardo. And our photographer USB for now. That. Here. Yep, so that's what we're doing. We have the EBB36, which is the tool head. That's one config. Cartographer is its own config, and Leviathan is its own config. Those are the 3 boards. Donald, it can definitely get annoying well, not quite annoying, but time consuming and everything. That's why we're just taking the time to kind of do it right the first time instead of the way that I had it before, where it was just all one giant file. Okay. Save this. To our printer config here. We need to include the cartographer config. Okay. Okay. So that right there tells Clipper what the USB address is of the Leviathan board, the EBB36, and the cartographer. Yeah, do it right the second or third time. Yeah. All right. So this is actually related to the printer, so that will keep in here. This is related to the Leviathan board. It's kind of related to the Leviathan board. See, this is where I'm not sure how I want to configure this, because technically, you know, we're assigning pins here, so that is associated with the Leviathan board, but it is the steppers, which are on the printer. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. We're going to leave that there because that is, in general, related to the printer. We are going to get rid of the 250 and the 300 sections. We need to uncomment those for our .350 build, but we can get rid of that, clean that up a bit. Homing speed, we're just going to leave it default for now. We will increase that later. That is our, so that was for our B stepper. This is our A stepper. Get rid of the okay, so that's our in-stop position, everything for that. And I think I just realized I left out a piece that I'm going to need to put on the tool head board. Be right back. Because since we're using Vitali's mount, something that this does not have, does not stick out. Does it here just you? Okay, so I've got a bunch of printed parts for this printer. Now, one thing that I think I forgot to put on here. Actually, I can see that I forgot to put it on here. Just to find it and all of this stuff is because the Vitali CNC carriage is thinner than your printed carriages. It won't be able to hit my XN stop. So there's actually a block to screw onto the back of the carriage, so that way we don't actually engage with the inside. Yeah. Question is, when I did my cleanup, where did I put it?
Have you looked under the printer?
Found it. Yeah. This little piece is just there so it'll hit the XN stop. Now I'm gonna have to look to see what size screws I need to get that on there, but I can do that in a bit. Let me stop being ADHD, get back to the task at hand. Okay. Y stepper, we're good. The Z steppers we're gonna keep, but we're gonna get rid of everything that's not for our 350. Let's see here. Yep. Dave, definitely a squirrel. And this Voron has not made any penguins, Dave, but that Voron has. It has made them out of PLA. And Donald, I'm still getting used to it. I've programmed in other languages. It's just learning the syntax and the commands. Once you do that, it is fairly easy. But it's learning that. That is not something I have dived into and done all that yet to really get into. Okay, so the extruder section is actually going to go under our... I'm thinking that should actually go under our EBB36 because that is directly connected to the EBB36. Yeah, David, it's actually kind of cool. I've got the we showed it off a few streams ago. I've got the NeoPixel panels on it. So there's a 4x4 grid of lights on each side. Okay. So, this is the part that I'm probably going to need to really change, because we're no longer using a Nighthawk. We're now using the EBB36. Here. And by a miracle, they already have a config file. And yet, for those of you that don't know, Dave and Terry at 3D&T Printing also stream. Usually Saturday nights, and it's always a fun time. If you are not subscribed to them, I do recommend going to subscribe to them, as well as Down Under Maker. You know, each one has their own specialties. Okay. So, we already got that first part, so let's copy everything below this. And put that into our EBB36 config. Okay. Have that restart method command, temperature sensor, EBB30 sensor type generic. What is our original temperature sensor? That's the extruder. Oh no, that. There is quite a bit of chaos on your stream, Dave, or Terry, whoever is on the account today. But no, it was fun last night. It was a very fun chaos. And I didn't get to say it last night, but I'll say it. Happy 3 years. Was there a bug? Oh, the moths have found the lights. Yeah, I was just realizing that. I'm like, wait, nope, that's the one built into the board. Let's see if there's anything on here that I actually need to change. Heater pin, that should be fine. I have no idea what LIS2DW is. This is where I will definitely say I am learning this part. The mechanicals and everything, cool. Down and dirty with Clipper, I'm learning. The heck is LIS2DW? It says EBB PB1. Which one is PB1? Wait. Okay, there it is. Yep. So yeah, that's the accelerometer. Yep. Thank you, Down Under. And James was in my ear telling me that. Okay, extruder. That should be fine. Do we need to change microsteps or rotation distance? Dave, I have not tested that out yet. But you know what we can do? Let's test it out. I'm going to go ADHD. Let's squirrel. Dave, I blame you. I'm squirreling.
As long as you put that door handle back on.
Yep. Right inside the door. This is the one problem so far that I've had with the Core 1 is they sit here and have you tape on the door handle. Well, when you're printing pretty much almost exclusively ASA and ABS in this thing, it heats up the tape and falls off. Let's get this stuff off the top. Filament. Change filament. But yes, this is the filament that I won from Dave and Terry stream. CHCKX. It is a red ABS. I will say the spool looks nice. Like the actual spool itself looks nice. It is a pretty good red too. There's my tear tab. Okay, 240 to 270. 80 to 100 degree bed. Yeah, that is actually a pretty nice looking spool. A little squeezy at the edges, but don't think I can really complain too much about that. Let's unload our Ambrosia ASA. Okay, and if you are in my Discord, what's something we should print? Or Dave, if you got something that you'd like to see printed, I'm up for that too.
It's red, so I mean, you gotta print like a cherry.
Tell the printer that it unloaded successfully first. Yes, and we are loading ABS. You have printer's block. Why? I think there might be a. For anybody else that has a Prusa X or Prusa Core 1, when I do unload filament, it works. When I do load filament, it works. When I do change filament, the sensor stopped picking up. I don't know why. Okay. Chinook helicopter no supports print in place model. Cool. Is that on printables or Maker World, Dave? Okay, it's on printables. All right. Try finding that. We will print it out. It's actually quite relevant because I had an uncle
Guys,
Okay,
I don't
that's
think we're
good.
ever gonna get
I
this
had an
Voron
uncle
done.
that was actually in the army and he repaired them. Yeah, no. ADHD. Oh, James is going crazy for the moth. All right, let me find this model here real quick. Printables. I think that might be it. Triple G Workshop. Yep. Download. Let's just try the print in place and see how this does. And we're going to open up our Orca Slicer. New project. And let's go with some generic ABS. Do not need 40% infill. No longer printing Voron parts on this. Let's do a 15% infill and adaptive cubic. File, import. Here, my file. Print in place Chinook helicopter. I might. Post it as we. Let's slice the plate. We have supports turned off. All right, and let's go print. Upload and print. Uh-oh. Oh, I know why. Okay. Print, upload, and print. That's nice. It was still loading the filament. Let's see how this goes. Now, while we're waiting on that, let's go back to here. Okay. I need to go to our the orbiter and find out what they want for the rotation distance and all that. Yeah. Here's orbiter projects, the 2.5. That's just the build. Miko, I just saw that and I can't print that on stream.
I mean, if you just don't address it, I think it'll be okay.
$16 microsteps, 690 steps per millimeter. Rotation distance is 4.69. So 16 steps. Is the rotation distance really that low?
Also, Mad Dog. That's what she said.
Can someone check the sanity here? That seems like a very low rotation distance. I know it's a planetary gear, but you know the default they have is 33.5. Orbiter project saying 4.69.
Nice. Very nice.
Filament diameter. Heater pin should be fine. That should be fine. That should be fine. PID I have not done yet. Okay. Heck. All right. That's our extruder. Now fans. We have the hot end fan, which the hot end fan I tacked on to fan 2. Which is PD2. What was PA5? PA5 is fan 1, so we need fan 2, which is PD2. We will change this to PD2. Then we have PD3, which was that fan, which PD3 was our looking from the front right fan. And PA5 is our left fan. Let's go. Right underscore fan is PD3. And fan in EBB colon EA5. Don't have tachometer on there. I don't have NeoPixel on there yet. Here. Less current than they recommend, otherwise things get toasty. Red Fox, I am good on toast. If I wanted some toast, I'd go make some and I would put some butter and Vegemite on it. James thinks I'm crazy for liking it. He's never tried it. But hey, James, have you seen my earbud case? There it is. I am switching earbuds. I need to change ears so that way that ear was getting fatigued. Red Fox, I will say, have you? I don't know where you're from, but I will say, have you tried Vegemite? Let's see here. BL Touch we can get rid of entirely because I am not using. Mad Dog. I'm not seeing anything about amperage for the extruder on here, unless I'm just blind. Yep, run current 0.65. Now is that 0.65 amps? Ah, okay. I was like 0.65 amps seems perfectly reasonable to me. That's not. Yeah, I found it, Miko. 0.6, but if that's amperage, less than an amp. You're saying 0.45. Doesn't hurt. Okay. Ah, not 0.65 is not good for a pancake. Okay. So we'll go to 0.45.
I'm more partial to waffles myself than I am pancakes. It holds
He
the
likes
syrup
bumpy
better.
pancakes.
It holds the syrup better. It's a little bit crispier than a pancake. I like the crispiness you get out of a waffle.
NeoPixels, we're going to keep on there. I don't have them installed right now. Okay. Output pin, RLED. I don't have any LEDs on here, so. Temperature sensor. Now that's going for the I2C, but the I2C on mine is actually hooked up to the filament sensor. I'm going to need to find out what the config for the filament sensor should be. GitHub files. Oh,
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
macros upon macros upon macros upon macros. That's going in a macro folder. But what I need is that's for the orbital. You know, I'm kind of glad I'm organizing this now, because if I had just thrown all this stuff in there, this printer config would have been a mess. That being said, I shall be right back. It is 10 o'clock. We've been going for 3 hours. I will be right back. was almost out of dew. Had to get a refill. You guys. So down under, I actually have the filament sensor in this port on the EBB 36, and I want to make sure of which one I have on PA7 and which one I have on PA6. So yellow is on PA6 and green is on PA7. Which means here, angle unload is on PA6 and filament sensor is on PA7. My ISP is messing with my internet again. Yeah, it's in and out. Okay. Let's see here. We're loading back up the config. Come on, Bar. Finish. You need to get to there. Load up. I don't know why you're taking so long. I've got to update Firefox. That caching's getting nuts. Okay. Let me see. There's something I'm not seeing in this pre-made. Maybe I'm missing it. We have this right here, and then the thermistor I'm not seeing. PA3. Okay, sensor pin is PA3. Heater pin, PB4. PB4, yeah. Okay, thermistor would be a sensor, so yeah, PA3. Okay. I'm thinking with how complicated that orbiter filament sensor is, this should probably be its own config. I'm going to need to go through here and change pins on this, like the pin, the orbital 02. What do you guys think? Should I make the filament sensor its own config to keep this thing somewhat organized? Because if I put that into the EVB36 toolhead board config, that is going to get kind of crazy. I could just include it in the EVB36 config. Yeah, I think that's what I will do. Filament sensor. Okay.
Is it okay though? Is it really?
No. I'm not okay. Okay, so the switch pin. Which one is that on the orbiter? That's the pin out. We just have the tangle unload and the filament sensor. Okay. I'm gonna need to look at the orbital and see which pin that's connected to. Open another tab. How you doing, Shrimp Father? Welcome on in to the I'm trying to figure out Clipper stream at this point. Okay, they are showing orbital 02, which is this one. And out. Rotation. And out. EA. E813. is the filament sensor. Goes right into pin 2. Pin 2 was our green, which went into the PA. Yes, that is PA7. Okay. We're making a mesh back there. So this should be EBB PA7. PA7. Okay. PA14, if I saw that correctly, is the filament unload. And in our case, that's going to be PA6. Okay, EBB PA6 and EBB PA7. I might possibly be learning here.
I don't believe you.
Neither do I. Because if I'm learning, that's amazing. I know Down Under Maker or Tom or Miko's going to come in and be like, no, you did it wrong. Let me search if there's any other pins. Yay. Hey, oh my god, is that the only 2 pins I need to change? That is actually kind of cool. So let's save that and go back into our EBB 36. Include filament sensor config. Okay, so that should have the filament sensor hooked up to there. We have our fans all set up. Our extruder is set up. Our sensor pin or our heater pin, EBB PB4. Is PB4, yep. It says sensor pin, but that is our thermistor, PA3. But like I said, correct me if I'm wrong. So somebody please do correct me if I'm wrong. Technically the thermistor is a sensor, so as a sensor pin that should work. PB3. I don't know if there is a one, PB2, PB10, PB11, PD3, PD2, PA. I don't even see PB3 on here, but that says UART. I'm guessing that's the stepper driver. Yeah, 2209, that'd be the stepper driver. That's just built into the board. We're not using the filament sensor switch port because that's going through the I2C. Right fan, left fan, hot end fan. Extruder is heater. Heater temp 50. We're not using the end stop. This is the only thing that's concerning me is the temperature sensor. We will see what happens here in a bit. If it errors, it errors. We'll find out. Okay. Should be go good there. Look up the cartographer GitHub. Let's go to cartographer. Cartographer 3D. We have a V4. Documentation. Install and setup before you begin. Pushing from USB to CAN. We're eventually going to do that. Down under, if you, I know you've been in and out. I'm assuming I can still use CAN using that USB board. Do I need to run an extra wire or something for that, or can I just run it from there? Because right now the toolhead board is set up in USB mode. Setting up the hardware. Miko, it is currently set up in USB mode. I do not have the jumper installed, so it's in USB mode. And down under, so I need a CAN bus host, and that goes into that goes into that 2-pin connector. Okay, I know right where that connector is. For anybody that wants to see it, it is this connector right here, right next to the pin. So I'll get with you on what I need to do for that. But let's just work on getting this set up then. Okay. Hardware configuration, we have it all plugged in. Except for telling it. Ooh, that's a pin that we didn't do. I just thought of something we didn't do on the toolhead board. That is configuring this port. But I guess it's just that would just be a pass-through port, so there's no real configuration on that. Okay, I got it. Miko, I don't know whether you're replying to me or Down Under for that one. Okay, so we need to do the cartographer. Yeah, so let's copy that for the ones I don't care. I'm not too concerned about copying and pasting. Okay, got that copied. Down Under, I am not jealous that you're going through the storms right now. The hurricane season is about to start for us, so that's going to be fun. And from what I understand, there's already a tropical storm forming. Potentially. Okay. Here. Looks like that's what I need to put in my thing. Caleb, I know we don't need. Well, we kind of do need one. It is dry. We need like a tropical storm or a Cat 1 that just
It's
kind of.
not that bad anymore. The retention ponds near where I live are pretty full again after the last week or so of rain.
But we're still dry pretty much all over. We need one that kind of just skirts the coast but doesn't hit. Okay, so this looks like the stuff that I need in the cartographer. Save that and close and open up our cartographer config. Get rid of this because we already have that. And they called this MCU cartographer. Okay.
Well,
So now I got to do some measuring.
Mad Dog, I'm glad you at least hit it an odd number of times. That's all that matters.
calipers. Okay. Yeah. Canada, if you remember the British tradition of twinning, I seriously think Florida needs to twin with Australia. Just Australia in general. Okay. So center of coil, center of nozzle. About 20.5 millimeters. That is in the Y direction. That should be our Y offset. To 0.5. X offset is really, it's right in line, so that should be 0. Caleb, I just needed to know the exact distance there, or close enough distance. So our X offset should be 0, but our Y offset is 20.5, but it's, yeah, it should be at positive 20.5 because it's going back from the nozzle. Mad Dog, you know, if we get unlucky, we can get 4 seasons at one time. Taurus season, hurricane season, love bug season, and summer, all at the same time.
Guys, I hate it here. Florida's awful. Don't ever come here.
Okay. The center of my bed should be 175. 175. Because it's the 350. Hey, Caleb, I'll take it. It's engagement. Uh-oh. A wild distraction has appeared.
What is that? 4 appearances in one night?
Yeah, you just want to be a distraction tonight, don't you? You just want attention. You're used to when I worked at home. You would sit here and come to the chair when I was sitting at a computer and just put your claws on my legs to tell me that you're hungry. Because we used to seal up your food because you're fat. And you are shedding like crazy, and now it's all over my table. Oh, did the bottle hiss at you? Oh, sorry. Guys, we have improvement. She has decided you are worthy of her sitting on the table so you can see her ignoring us. Caleb, you can't call anything we have in Florida winter.
No, we have summer, and oh my god, it's way too hot to exist.
Okay. Well, let's see here. I have not done any research on this part. This mesh minimum. Man, no, that's just perfect weather. Well, for me at least. So I'm guess. Correct me if I'm wrong, people. This first probe coordinate, the minimum should be like, our. For I'm just going to give a coordinate 25, 25. Someone please correct me if I'm doing this wrong. 25, 25, and then this one should be like
I'm correcting you, but I have no
325.
idea if you're doing it wrong.
Okay, set men to 40, 40. 40, 40. And I'm guessing max to 310, 310 down under. Since I got a 350 bed. Okay. Okay, temperature sensor. Well, I don't need that because we don't have a cartographer V3. We do have a cartographer V4. And for the resonance testing, I'm guessing we're going to want middle of the bed. So 175, 175. Okay, so we want it so that way it's reading like near the edge, but not on the edge. Don't know what this CS pin is, but apparently, oh, that's our ADXL. Okay. Yeah, when I saw that there's one there, I'm like, wait, the Cardo's ADXL is closer to the nozzle. I'm going to use that one instead. Okay, let's save this and go back to our EBB 36 and find All right, I forgot the. Man, just put a hash in front of all those, so I'll just do it manually. Okay. Save that. We have our EBB 36. I'm pretty sure all done. Cartographer is in here. Is the config at least is in here. I think I still need to do something in Clipper because it had me download the repository. Let's see here. Okay, we want to be able to put it in verbally and through. Miko, I know I'm terrible about reading chat. I'm working on getting better at it. It is definitely a skill I need to improve on. So this is the command to run put the Clipper plugin in. So let's go ahead and run that to get the cartographer plugin in there. Lag is definitely a real thing. And it's one of those things where it's because I'm not a bigger channel, people aren't always talking in chat, so it's not something that I'm having to constantly monitor because there's times where it's like there'll be 5 minutes before a chat shows up. So all right, so we just installed the cartographer plugin. All right. Now, what I need to do here, we need to get rid of everything that is either in one of those other configs or not related. So we can get rid of all the extruder stuff because that's actually in our EBB 36. And we're not using the Nighthawk stuff anymore. Bed heater, we keep. That's going to stay the same. Probe, you go away. Okay, fan control. We might still have fans because we're going to eventually have fans down in the bottom, but we don't need the print cooling fan. We don't need the hot end fan. don't think I actually have any of these on there at the moment. I can't remember. Can someone please remind me what the keyboard shortcut to add to comment out selected lines is?
I mean, there's a reason I'm not the one streaming. I don't know what to say half the time. I'm not a good talker. That's why I'm over here on this side. So I don't have to worry about it.
He's good at filling dead space, though.
No, I'm really not.
Control slash. Okay, control slash. There we go. Thank you. Okay, I'm just commenting out those fans because I don't think I have any of those fans actually hooked up to the board at the moment. Filament sensors all commented out, but we're going to get rid of all of this anyway because we have a whole config file for that. LED I have not hooked up yet, but I will be hooking those up, so we're going to just comment out this stuff. Now, the Nighthawk and the NeoPixel, those we can get rid of. Accelerometer, we're going to get rid of. Actually,
Like, it's so bad.
That
My
part.
talking is so bad that I'm at the point where I have anxiety about being one-on-one with someone. Like, if there's two other people, I'm fine. But one-on-one, I hate it. Just because I am terrible at carrying a conversation. Like, I can interject into other people's conversations just fine. I just can't carry a conversation when I'm the other half.
and he works with people for a living. All right. So far the print's going well. Yeah, it actually bridged. Nice. The resonance tester. Do I need to keep that in? Or is that going to be or can I just get rid of that because that is actually part of the cartographer now? Oh, Mad Dog.
Reasonable response.
Miko, I haven't looked at that STL that you posted, but at the same time, I live in Florida. I could fill my trunk up with them and be empty of them in a day. Anything I know, that part's going to go away. Okay, that's what I thought. So we can just get rid of the entire accelerometer section. Okay, we have gotten rid of. We don't have the chamber thermistor anymore because that used to be mounted on top of the board. Temperature sensor Nighthawk. No. Get rid of those. Homing and adjustment. That's our quad gantry level. Get rid of the 300. Uncomment out all of that. Here's our probe points for the quad gantry level. Okay, I do not have the display installed yet, but we're just going to comment out these sections because I'm not going to uncomment this yet. That's our start macro. Okay. Get us down to one tab here. Open up the printer config. Reload because of the caching. Save and restart. See what happens.
It's not going to work. Just because.
Okay, file contains no section headers. File EBB 36 Gen 2. What? Line 3. Okay, line 3 of EBB 36 Gen 2. I guess it does not like the include in there. Save that and just include that in the printer config. Save and restart. Unknown pin chip name, EBB. In which file?
All of them. Every single file.
Apparently. Hey, Digital Dragon, welcome on in. Yeah, let me go to one of the other configs and see. Let me go. No, it should be EBB colon pin number. Yeah, because this is the one that's actually the EBB 36. EBB PA7, EBB PA6. Do I have something just called a pin called EBB somewhere? Case. That's commented out, so that shouldn't matter. Oh, not there. Unknown pin chip name, EBB. Yeah. Let me go to filament sensor. Control F, EBB, match case. Those are the only pins. PA6. PA6, that's what it's in. And PA7.
Guys, I think we just need to start over. Start from scratch. Reformat the drive, do it all again.
Okay. Leviathan. Okay, that has nothing in it. Did cartographer. We did EBB 36. We did filament sensor. We did Leviathan. Haven't checked printer config. No EBB there. And this is literally all the files. Oh, Caleb, I've been coding for a while. The only thing I can see is this pin. But that has a single space. No spaces there. That is the correct syntax for that pin. God. Yeah, I'm from the days where of coding before the internet, where you actually, if you needed to find something, you either knew it or you had to look it up in a book. Unknown pin chip name, EBD.
Also, I just want to double check. There's a space after the colon. for that EBB, right?
No, there's to be EBB colon pin, no space.
Should be a space.
No,
On most,
no
on
space.
most, after the colon? Yeah, there's one
There's a-
there.
Oh, after the pin, yeah. Yeah.
I was gonna say there's always a space after a colon. Just double check.
Well, not here. Not that colon. There's not a space there.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
The only other files that I haven't, let's see. We did cartographer, we did EBV36, we did filament sensor, we did Leviathan. We haven't touched mainsail. And mainsail doesn't have EBB in it at all. We checked printer config. Yeah, the only two files that have EBB in them are filament sensor and the EBB config. Aha, so change it to EBB. Section right fan is not a valid config section. Okay. Go back to you. Okay, yeah. So the MCU name of EBB capitalized. That was it. Thank you, guys. Now it's saying my fan config is not good. Do you want to be a distraction again? Ugh. She wants to be a distraction again. Okay, generic fan. So it's technically a cooling fan. Because it's the right fan on the tool head. You're not allowed in there. Okay, that's what it is. So what is the header for... I get what you're saying, digital and everyone. Does anybody know the So this is technically a part. It's the right part cooling fan.
Look at that kitty. Just sitting there all proper like.
You need to define the part cooling fan. Okay. Miko, I didn't set up the cooling in that one. Believe it or not, that one was bought and already done, but bed probe just fans. Here we go. Okay. All right. So then down under, you say I'm going to need the code to combine them as a single logical fan. Let's go. Here. Because you know the one place I haven't looked yet is the A4T GitHub for any Clipper configs or anything. Docs and images. Clipper's not there. Docs. Okay, that's just images. There's nothing in the A4T GitHub about Clipper. And yeah, let's turn on the V0. Let's see what I have in that. Okay. Let's see what I have in that config file. That boot up here for a bit. Go back to here. Controller fan. I would think that it would be a temperature fan. Okay, so apparently in the stealth burner from LDO, they just label it as fan. So it's fan, but apparently I need a few more parameters for fan. So Digital Dragon, they're two fans on a single tool head. Um, yeah, that's what I need to figure out how to do. We're doing it live. Yeah, so all right. So define. Have a good lunch, Miko. All right. This one's supposed to be a regular fan. That's the hot end fan. You're thinking of reading about. No, this is the part cooling fan. Different fan. Okay. Well, now I need to learn how to define a multi-pin. Google is your friend. That just brought me to the same place that I just was. Multi-pin. That'll do. We will add that up in the top. multi_pin. PC 1, part cooling 1. Okay, and then below that, going to be pins colon EBB colon ED3 EBB colon EA5. Okay, and so then I should be able to go fans, pin, EB colon PC 1, or it should just be PC 1. Because yeah, I named the pin PC 1. Yes, we'll add these 2 lines in. Save and restart. Oh, we get another error. Option serial must be specified. Guess I need to do this. After that. Save and restart. PC1 used multiple times in config. Okay. Let's make it PM1 because I'm pretty sure there is no pin header called PM. So that'll be Penguin Maker 1. That EVB. Oh. Not pin. This one. Pins, comma separated list. Okay. Yeah. We did that. Multi-pin. is what I need. Multi-pen colon. Yep. Save and restart. Okay.
We've seen this one before.
Oh, we haven't.
Yeah, the first time we set up the printer. You don't remember dealing with this error the first time you set up the printer?
No.
Memory of a goldfish.
Yep. Printer config. Okay, well, that's the only time. G-code macro rename. Well, there is no rename there in this file. Filament sensor? Yeah, well, here's G-code macro pause. Resume. But I'm not finding it. If I'm reading this correctly, it's G-code macro rename. So the G-code macro is called rename. Is this? Then it would be in printer config.
No. First step. Order.
Print start, print end, feed home, front, load pen, logo pending, logo ready, logo off. Load filament. Existing command pause not found in G-code macro. Aha, I think I get it now. Filament sensor. I think it's that might be causing an issue. Because it's trying to rename something that doesn't exist. That was it. So now it's trying to rename resume, even though resume doesn't exist because that's my only one. And that's trying to rename cancel print. So that's my only cancel print. Pause and resume are in main field. Let's save and restart now. And I'm going to take a look at that main sale config. So just commenting out those renames did it. But main sale config, there's cancel print, decode macro pause. Okay. Well, the cool thing is we're not getting errors, but it's not fully working yet. That might be why I didn't include main sale config in my printer config. So let's see if that breaks something now. Yeah, let's see if now that I have that, if I can uncomment the rename. Filament sensor. Save and restart. Now that it has something to rename, let's see if it. Right. Yes. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to manually trigger. I'm going to home all and manually trigger everything. Okay, I've got to find the Z height or the Z position now of my Z in stop. But the big thing I want to test is the heater. Let's take that up to 70, see if that heats up. We have lights. That is heating up. Okay. That turned on the left fan. That turned on the right fan, and wow. And 100% those things go. The fans came on down under. Now, they're still on. I'm going to grab the sides here and tilt up. Fan just turned off. I'm not seeing magic smoke either.
Dang it. I was hoping.
Okay. So the board is up. The toolhead board is up. I've got to print some things like an umbilical holder and stuff like that for back here, because the original one I had was just the stock Voron one. And if I'm gonna get rid of this cable chain, I'm gonna want this to come down here, so I'm gonna need that umbilical version of the cable router. I know that there's a way to remount the X and Y, but I'll have to get actual. If I'm correct, I have to get so down under, when I turned the extruder fan on, or the extruder on, the fan came on as well. Yeah, you can see right now the hot end fan's at 0. If I raise the temperature to say 70, hot end fan is 100%, and that is spinning. I was thinking about that down under, as a different method, because the PTFE is going to be coming this way anyway. I can just run this in here and then run it back through the skirts. And that might look cleaner, and it would definitely hold it better. And then I can use this cable to also support that PTFE tube and vice versa. But it is 11:30. My goal for the night was to get the tool head on here and, get that working. We've got the tool head on there. The fans work. The heat works. So I'm actually happy with this. So I'm going to call it a night here. And I have the entire week off, so I'm probably going to do some off-screen clipper work and stuff like that, and get some other things working on this. But yeah, but with that, I've been Penguin Makers. The invisible man behind the scenes is James Cube. And go make something awesome.